All right, everybody. Welcome back to The Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. I look forward to talking watches with you today. I look forward to going back to look at some of the interesting pieces in Antiquorum Geneva's upcoming auction on the 14th and 15th, only 2 weeks away now. I have posted a couple of things on Instagram again earlier today. A few things that I came across. This was a beautiful 1680/8, the first Submariner to be made in a yellow gold case. I'm talking about the reference number, not necessarily this particular example. Of course, it has that nipple dial, which was standard issue for the gold and two-tone models from that time period. This was also the 4-digit Rolex Submariner that for the first time featured the date indicator, which of course was also fitted with a crystal that had the Cyclops magnifier, which pretty much became entrenched in the iconic image of the model, even though the original is, of course, without the date, with that perfectly balanced dial. Incidentally, this particular reference number, 1680/8, happens to be also Sylvester Stallone's first significant watch. This is the first luxury watch and really the first precious thing that he bought for himself after the success of his movie Rocky in 1976. I think the story goes something like, he was in a plane sitting next to Greg Allman, and he saw a Submariner on his wrist. So the minute he landed, he ran off. He dashed off to Tiffany and Co. and got himself a Rolex Submariner, gold Submariner at that. Some parts of this story is told, of course, in A Man and His Watch, which is a book that I recommend, Matt Hranek's book. So extremely cool piece. This is one of those lots that is going to go under the hammer in June 10th and 11th in New York for Philips in collaboration with Batch Rousseau. The auction catalog is not out yet for that, so I am just sharing them from what I've seen in the Los Angeles preview that they held last week, which was a great delight, and they were extremely hospitable. So I can't thank enough both Isabel Proya and Paul Botros. I also came across something on Chrono 24 that I really appreciated, and this is something that I shared with my supporters on Patreon earlier this week. This is Jarajanta Platinum Tourbillon with a retrograde hour hand. I have a certain affinity, perhaps even love, for this particular case design of Jarajanta. It is called Arena. It reminds me of that Breguet revival design that was established, of course, in the patronage of the Chaumet brothers and in the new company that tried to apply a lot of Abraham Louis Breguet's aesthetics onto wristwatches and a lot of his innovations onto wristwatches. François Baudet was the CEO, and Daniel Roth was, of course, the master watchmaker and in so many ways mastermind of it all. Gerald Janta's Arena case really reminds me of a more brutally industrialist and perhaps sportier take on that perfectly round case shape with a domed bezel, with the entire case band decorated with fluting. Here, it's more akin to coin edging, I think, than the Breguet style. The lugs are thicker and more angular in the Gerald Janta Arena case compared to Breguet wristwatch case, and I really enjoyed this. Here you have a 41 millimeter platinum case that is fitted with a domed but brushed palladium bezel. There are crown guards as well, as you can see, which is what distinguishes it from a lot of the dressier modern and contemporary Breguet pieces. Of course, you have the tourbillon carriage at 6, fashioned out of polished stainless steel. The bridge itself is also in polished stainless steel. It is fitted with red seconds hand on the pivot. And the dial itself is this gorgeous matte black number with a grid-like structure at the center, which adds up to making it kind of a semi-skeletonized piece. My most favorite thing about this particular piece actually is the retrograde hour hand. The scale is laid out in this form of a downward facing crescent, silvered and brushed. And this is a concept that George Daniels, in a way, resurrected, at least in modern horology, and he had employed it in some of his wristwatches. Some of his pocket watches, I should have said. And Daniel Roth was the first to kind of realize it and implement it on wristwatches in so many ways, just as he did with the whole concept of the tourbillon in bringing that regulation mechanism onto the world of wristwatches. So in a way, here you have a Gerald Janta piece that has slight tips of hat to Daniel Roth, who was, of course, his friend. And I think by this time, even though both were much less involved with the two companies, both were absorbed by Bulgari, so I guess, and shared the manufacture already. So I guess it might have something to do with that. But I really love how this piece brings together the retrograde hour hand, which of course never crosses paths with the second subdial there, since it snaps back when it's 6 o'clock a.m. or p.m., of course. And you also have these beautiful red accents in the form of the tips of the skeletonized hands for the hours and minutes, in the form of that seconds hand, and in the form of the minutes track on the periphery of the dial, and the seconds track on the perimeter of the tourbillon cage as well. It's a wonderful piece. It is actually for sale on Chrono24. I have seen it for cheaper, but this looks pretty stunning. It's by a dealer out of the East Coast, Englewood, New Jersey, to be specific. in the meantime, please do subscribe to my Instagram platform. Please do follow me on Instagram. You never know, you know how these things add up and snowball and go viral. So it's much better to if you can support me on both platforms rather than just one. So I really appreciate it. GD, I want to welcome the people into the show. GD, how are you doing, man? From Argentina, the Whiskey Reaper. How are you, man? Nice to see you. JB's here. Pavel is here. JB is always incredibly supportive. Thank you so much, JB. And Pavel admires the nipple dial. Yeah, I think those are really special. And of course, I think we wax poetic about them because they really point to a bygone age. That's early to mid 80s. Of course, these get replaced with gold surrounds that either match the material in the of the case in terms of the precious metal watches and the two-tone pieces, and for the stainless steel pieces, they are rendered in white gold, whereas the loom plots were naked for the most part before then. So let's go back to the Antiquorum auction. I'm gonna just scroll down very quickly, so I don't want to give you a seizure. I don't want to induce, vertigo or nausea either. So let me just scroll all the way into the late 400s, because we have already gone through more than 400 lots in our scouring of this particular auction. As you guys know, I am very meticulous when it comes to these auction previews. When it comes to each season, I really go through a lot of the lots presented, if not each and every one. If I skip something that you would like to look at, please feel free to send in a super chat with the lot number, and I would be more than happy to guide you to dive into some historical and horological detail when it comes to that particular watch. This is the link to the lots. The caveat remains, there's a lot that I admire about Antiquorum as an auction house, but it always comes with buyer beware. In this particular case, I think they are pretty good with their condition reports, quite reliable. I really like their grading system, but in terms of the catalog that they publish online, the photographs are really sparse. There's usually just one. Sometimes there are multiple, but they're not very detailed. They don't necessarily give you a shot of the movement. So it leaves something to be desired. As much as you can complement that with the information they give in the grading system that they have, I think it still doesn't make up for it. So whenever you're interested in a piece, contact them directly. They have certainly an email address that you can use to reach out to them. You can also call them directly to ask about further information when it comes to a particular piece. So with that being said, I'm gonna also send you the PDF there, the link to their grading system. But if you have any questions about the lots, pull up the website and you can send me the number with a super chat, and I would be more than happy to move forward or go back to take a closer look. This is lot number 481. A lot of us are huge fans on this channel of Vacheron Constantin as a maker, and in so many ways, their Les Historiques or Historique series represents their legacy of being the longest, the oldest continuously running watch manufacturer in Switzerland, and the pride they take in the archive, in the catalog that they built. So every so often, they would resurrect an iconic model in this line, like they did to 222, which was in the 70s their counterpart to Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak and Patek Philippe's Nautilus. A lot of times it is confused to and identified to be a Jarajanta design. It is not, but it does belong to that genre of an integrated bracelet, luxury, elegant and sporty watch. So that was the 222 was the most recent one they introduced. The triple dates are also pretty much a house specialty for Vacheron Constantin. Here you can see also that stylistic touch they have usually on the lugs, which is also a house specialty in a case. In the case of Vacheron Constantin, if Patek comes to embody a certain kind of classical elegance with their case designs, Vacheron Constantin is always a little more daring. It's always a little quirkier. It's always a little more stylized. And that really comes through a lot of times in the way they sculpt their lugs. Here you have kind of like a talon-like structure that splays out, which I think is an implicit reference to Maltese falcon. At the end of the day, this is the brand that has the Maltese cross as its symbol. You have a guilloche decoration on the dial. This is a 36 millimeter platinum case with the dial with the date indicated on the perimeter of the dial, railroad track for the minutes, and you also have Arabics at 3, 9, and 6, with the Maltese cross at 12 o'clock. The two apertures for the day of the dates, day of the week, and the month are right under the brand signature applied on a plaque. The moon phase is at 6 o'clock. This is a very pretty piece. Reference 47050, sold in 2001, matched with a 18-karat white gold buckle, which is a shame for a platinum watch, of course, but it is something that happens more and more frequently in the world of luxury watches. The brands make all sorts of excuses. I think it's really, cost cutting and laziness at its best. But then again, I can be really hard headed. Maybe they do actually have something tricky about the manufacturing process, but with all the miracles that they can accomplish horologically and technically and in an artisanal fashion, it just sounds silly to me. Anyway, this piece is graded with AAA in an excellent condition, and lot number 481 for this Vacheron Constantin triple date moon phase from their Les Historiques series in a 36 millimeter platinum case has an estimated value of 11,300 to 16,900 in US dollars. We have a new old stock Vacheron Constantin World Timer at 482, stylized more after Louis Cotier's original application of the concept to the world of wristwatches. You have a 24-hour cities ring that is actually a rotational bezel, a beautiful case with teardrop lugs, and kind of like a tritonal dial, which is like cream or ivory in the center, and of course, two shades of silver gray for the 24-hour ring, which is like a chapter ring, as you can see, sloped ever so slightly inwards. There is a date window at 3 o'clock. This is apparently an 18-karat white gold piece that was produced around the turn of the last millennium in 37 millimeters with those stylized teardrop lugs, a limited run of 100 pieces. Reference 48250 at lot number 482. This is a Vacheron Constantin World Timer, new old stock in a 37 millimeter white gold case that looks like a modernized version of what was once Patek's signature model introduced in the late 30s, 1415 HU. This particular piece by Vacheron Constantin, which is much more modern, has an estimated value of 11,300 to 16,900 in US dollars. Pavel, thank you so much. 499 for lot 156. St. Peter, jump on. Jump on, we can talk. There are some interesting watches. Lot 156. Let's go right back. Again, I'm going to spare your eyes. Let me just quickly go back to lot 156. Oh yeah, this is a good one. We had pulled this up a couple of days ago. Much as I like the Hulk, I think I have a certain preference to the so-called Kermit. This was a piece they introduced on the 50th anniversary of the Submariner. The reference number, of course, is the Submariner date of the time, with the addition of the two initials that specify the bezel, so 1661 OLV. This is a beautiful example. of the early versions, which are usually referred to as flat 4, whereas a lot of the later iterations of the bezel, and Rolex does this a lot, in olden times, it had a lot to do with the variety of suppliers they had. As you come closer to the contemporary time, they do it more intentionally, although there's not always an intention behind it. But when it comes to anniversary models, and you will remember this from the recent Sea Dweller 43, for example, the single red um, Sea Dweller that they introduced with a single line of red writing that harkened back to the first prototypes of Rolex's professional diver that was introduced in 1967, right? So that, for example, piece had a dial change basically 3 times already. And the reason they do that with an anniversary model especially is they want to preserve a certain distinction for that genuine anniversary year, which was the case here, and that is the flat 4 bezel. Largely, of course, it needs to be matched with the proper serial number. This is a new old stock piece, apparently, with the protection as well, circa 2004, which matches the timeline, right? Because once again, this is only a new kind of this is only a new kind of phenomenon where everything gets swept up, everything gets sold almost immediately the minute everything comes out, whereas, of course, it took time for everyone to sell these watches. This model came into production and stayed for about 6-7 years. It was sold with an F serial, as you can see, in 2004, comes with the original bracelets, and apparently also in the new old stock condition with plastic bezel ring and the stickers, etc. Again, I find it kind of disappointing that they didn't present it as a set if it comes as new old stock. Where are the pictures? I would recommend reaching out to them, because for whatever reason, again, they say old stock, but the description of the watch doesn't include box, booklets, papers, etc. So I want to ask that. But it looks very good to me in terms of the condition, in terms of the appropriate bezel. And the serial number F meets the criterion for an appropriate early example of the 16610 LV for lunette verte, the green aluminum bezel insert here that signifies the anniversary and that has the appropriate font of 4. Flat 4s usually match with Y or F serials, so that's the standard here. And the piece here has an estimated value of 16,900 to 22,600 in US dollars, which especially if it comes as a full set, I think is a fair pricing actually for something new old stock like this. Listen, I am not the kind of collector who buys pieces to stash away. So a lot of times these sorts of watches scare me. I would also, if I were going after a Kermit, pardon me, I would also want to hunt for a flat four, for the genuine anniversary model, so to speak. But new old stock, I don't know. I like time capsules, but could I bring myself to peel off all the stickers? I don't know. Could I actually wear the damn watch? I don't know. I would probably just stash it away, and that's not how I approach watches. So that's my minor nitpick for this watch, and it is just a personal preference. I like watches that you can wear, especially when it comes to vintage. Actually, I don't like stashing things away. I don't like safe queening watches. But this is a great example. And if you either are planning to stash it away for the next generation, or like that fresh out of the box feeling, um, this could be a great example to hunt for. Yeah, yeah. I the fat four or flat four, whatever you want to call it, it does mean something to me. Um, because of what I said about it being properly the anniversary model. Otherwise, I don't necessarily like nitpicking about these kinds of things. For example, I don't care about pre-comics or this or that. I don't care about every single nickname and nuance and detail people come up with. But when it coincides with something historically important about the model, when it coincides with something personally important to me, I do care, and flat four is one of those things. And I think if you are chasing after a 16610 LV, that's the way to go. If you are going to wear it occasionally and like that time capsule feeling, this is a great watch for you. St. Peter, you're always welcome. The link is pinned there, so feel free to click and we can talk watches. Um, and no, I have not seen the cockroach, so we'll have to postpone the discussion on that. Let me scroll back down to where I was. In the meantime, I'm going to post the link to the listings again. So if you want to actually do what Pavel just did, and point my attention to a particular lot where I can go into it in some detail, um, scrutinize it for you a little bit more, talk about what makes it significant, what makes it historically important, what makes it collectible, whether it passes muster. At 483, we have Audemars Piguet 25873, a Jules Audemars Platinum Tourbillon. This is a great movement, actually, that they are using in these tourbillons. They have a couple of Royal Oaks from the same time period where you have a tourbillon cage that is framed with the same octagonal shape that harkens, that echoes with the octagonal bezel of the design, of course. Here, it's mostly round, since this is a round-cased watch with a relatively fat bezel that is slightly domed, a cream dial with the main dial, the main timekeeping at 12 o'clock, a self-winding tourbillon with the pointer date at around where it would be 3 o'clock conventionally, and a power reserve indicator where you would have 9 o'clock. As you can see, the case is genuinely perfectly round, because this is what they call a backwinder. It would be a slight misnomer here, because we are talking about a self-winding watch, even though you can wind it with the crown on the back, which is on the case back. This is, of course, in a platinum case in 40 millimeters. It is graded with the Antiquorum initial, and comes with its certificate of origin, a matching platinum AP déployant clasp as well, from right around 2001. A beautiful piece, if you ask me. I would love to own something like this in the Royal Oak case, but it looks fantastic in the Jules Audemars as well. Reference 25873, a self-winding tourbillon by AP in the Jules Audemars case, with an estimated value of 45,100 to 68,000 in US dollars. $484. This is 25654 ST. Gotta love a salmon dial against white metal. This is Royal Oak perpetual calendar in early iterations, which practically are served up in the same case as the jumbo. This is 39 millimeters in diameter, and I believe 8.25 millimeter in thickness. The early versions of the caliber might not be as functional as the later iterations of the Quintième Perpétuel by Audemars Piguet. They don't even have the leap year indicator. The newest iteration of those calibers by AP have also a weekly calendar that is indicated on the perimeter of the dial. These are all great functions, but I think they take something away from the purity and balance of the dial in so many ways. I have the same kind of objection to them that I have to date windows in time-only watches. Again, it's a little bit of an aesthetic preference. It is a little bit of nitpicking, but I think what makes this particular watch so beautiful is the balance of four register dial layout that is very nicely balanced. The moon phase in a slightly smaller circle at 6 o'clock, the month at 12 o'clock, the pointer date at 3 o'clock, and the day of the week at 9 o'clock, with the baton hands that are matched by similar indices, and a beautiful salmon dial. As you know, initially when Royal Oak was being prototyped in the run-up to the Basel Fair in 1972, they used the first bolts in steel, which proved to be not so stainless after all. So they switched soon enough to white gold for these iconic bolts on the octagonal bezel, hexagonal bolts on the octagonal bezel that line up perfectly with the contours of the round dial, of course. And I really love the patina they take on, the kind of champagne-like hue that they develop over time. Here, it is a great complement to the salmon dial itself. Great piece, again, graded with that same initial of Antiquorum for its particular quality. Comes with this presentation material that includes the booklet and the certificate of origin and warranty. And that's basically a winder box. Since these pieces are, of course, rather desirable and unique in this particular combination, unique as in rare, I should really say, this 25654 ST is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the neighborhood of 226,000 to 338,000 in US dollars. This was lot 484 for the stainless steel Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Perpetual Calendar with the salmon dial. Lot 486 is a Parmigiani Fleurier, reference PFC 288. This is Tonda 1950, which is a model that was introduced in 2010 as a birthday gift to Michel Parmigiani, whose birth year is 1950. It is a round case with these sculptured lugs. Very, very unique. In this case, the piece is in polished stainless steel with a black dial and an oversized subdial for seconds, loomed alpha hands for hours and minutes. You have that kind of pearled track for the minutes as well. A very nice sort of a contemporary take on the dress watch in 40 millimeters. They have been offered over the years with different case materials, high polished titanium, precious metals, sometimes with diamonds on the bezel. A lot of interesting takes, meteorite dials, wooden marquetry dials. Tonda 1950 is really one of my favorite and very diverse lines. It's practically now has been overshadowed by the Tonda PF, of course, which has become the new flagship of the brand. But when you focus on the case shape, of course, it is this base that they worked with when they developed the Tonda PF as their response to that luxury, elegant sports watch. Basil is, of course, a fan. He has one of these in white gold with diamond set bezel, and he got a beautiful deal on it as well. This particular piece has an estimated value of 3,400 to 5,700 in US dollars. And no matter how you slice it, no pun intended, nothing cheesy implied there. Uh, this can be a pretty good deal, of course, closer to the lower end of that estimate, considering that there will be a buyer's premium involved and other sorts of dues and fees, especially since a lot of my audience is in the US or in the UK. There will be something paid for the imports, etc. So always be careful when it comes to auctions for that. That's why it's also, I think auctions are absolutely not a place to buy watches that you are not so sure about, that you are not so sold on in the short run, right? For a watch that you might end up selling in the next few months, it can be an absolute disaster. Because even if you end up paying a fair price or even getting a decent deal at the hammer, with everything added on, buyer's premium, taxes, import fees potentially, you end up paying so much more. If you end up wanting to get rid of it in the next few months, in the next 6 months, even at least, chances are that you're going to lose that extra 20-30% that got tagged on to the hammer price, at least, potentially more. So I feel like, auctions are really a place to educate oneself, to train one's eye, to learn about these kinds of historical details, to learn about what kinds of nuances that you need to focus on to identify the best possible example, of course, according to your preferences. And also, with time, you'll see what constitutes actually a good deal, what would be a good deal for your budget, and you get watches that you always wanted at a certain price. Kind of like our friend Jake Brooks's story with the 16520 with the white dial. He got one in a beautiful condition as practically a time capsule, as a full set, and a great watch that you always wanted, which is a stainless steel Panda Daytona, so to speak, 16520. That was a great grab, and he's not, I think he still got a decent deal out of it, but since he's not planning to sell it the next day, that's not even a worry, right? If you end up paying a little bit of a premium for exactly what you wanted on an auction, and you know exactly what you're getting, that's not so bad after all. At 488, we have the first generation of the Vacheron Constantin overseas. This is the reference 42050. As I mentioned, the 222 was not a great hit for Vacheron Constantin in the late 70s. That makes it, of course, an interesting collectible today because the production numbers were so low. So they continued working on their concept for the integrated bracelet luxury sports watch, and overseas has been iterated so many different ways over the years. This was kind of their first stab at the concept. You can see how different the bracelet is, although it is quite elegant in its own way. It certainly is not in that symbolic shape that it has taken today with those Maltese cross links. But what you have here is a beautiful yellow gold piece with that notched bezel that in a way still evokes the lines of the outlines, I should say, of the Maltese cross, and very nice deep blue sunburst dial. This is a piece that is, of course, more akin to the 222 in terms of its dimensions than a modern overseas, 35 millimeters in diameter. And it is presented as excellent condition. From what you can make out in the pictures, that seems a fairly honest assessment. This is Vacheron Constantin reference 42050, first generation of overseas in 18 karat yellow gold with a blue dial. Of course, an integrated bracelet watch, so the bracelet is in matching material. The estimated value of the watch is 20,300 to 28,200 in US dollars. Mm. Oh, thank you. Oh man. Yes, I was somewhat laughing at this a whole series of boxes that were selling for potentially thousands. The two wooden boxes, outer boxes, and instructional booklets for chronomètre à résonance and tourbillon Sauvrin for 491 and 492. The estimated value was 2,300 to 4,600. And then 493 is the 40th anniversary cork box for the Patek Philippe Nautilus. This is something they used in the two special models they introduced in 2016. They harkened back to those original cork presentation boxes for the Jumbo 3700, of course, to accentuate that nautical theme. In this case, you had the 5711P platinum with a unique deep blue dial with baguette cut diamond indices and an engraving that commemorates the 40th anniversary, and 5976/1G, which is a white gold flyback chronograph with similar tones on the blue dial, the engraving, and the baguette diamond indices as well. And those were presented in these style of boxes as well. Here you have the 40th anniversary cork box, as well as an outer protective box at lot number 493, with an estimated value of 7,900 to 13,600 in US dollars. At lot 503, we have a 90s chronograph by Frank Müller. This is the ladies' version in 32 millimeters. You have probably paid attention to how through the Grail Watch initiative, Revolution and the Rakes Waco had created a reissue of these chronographs, especially the ones that seem to be reiterations of the Tasti Tondi style, iconic Patek chronographs. This example is a little different, with officer-styled lugs and the pump pushers, but the dial aesthetic is rather similar, with a two-register layout that is beautifully framed in tones that reflect the 18-karat gold case, pink gold case. The bezel is set with 2 rows of diamonds, and so are the lugs set with brilliant cut diamonds as well. The hands are heat blued, and the dial is also applied with Breguet numerals, that particular styling of Arabic numerals. You have a tachometer on the periphery of the dial as well. I think this is a gorgeous ladies' dress piece. Frank Müller reference 2860. Diamond set on the bezel, lugs, and the case band, with officer style lugs in a 32 millimeter 18 karat pink gold case, with an estimated value of 4,600 to 6,800 US dollars. It's a beautiful, beautiful chronograph. Apparently, even the matching buckle is diamond set, so a proper thing, really. Oh. No lube, huh? No Vaseline, right? That was a good diss. That was a good diss. Another fine Frank Müller chronograph from around the same era, much more playful, much sportier compared to that rather formal piece. This is something that comes with a 24 dial. It is an endurance 24, as the model name has it. Screw down pushers, a big crown, diamond slash lozenge shaped hands that are generously filled with lume. You can say the same thing about the Arabic numerals, of course. And what you have is a 3-register chronograph here that has the 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, 30-minute totalizer at 3, and the continuous running seconds at 9. A yellow dial combined with black chronograph registers, the kind of watch that you would love or hate. This is lot 504 in a 37 millimeter stainless steel case. Frank Müller Endurance 24 chronograph in stainless steel, one of only 250. The piece has an estimated value of 1,700 to 2,900 in US dollars. Here is a bargain baignoire by Buche Giraud. It, of course, takes after the Cartier style in 18 carats yellow gold with cabochon. The elongated Roman numerals also take after Cartier, of course, laid on an elegant silver dial. The dial, speaking of the dial, has a little bit of a damage, a few scratches. So not a perfect watch by any means, but could be an interesting addition to a certain kind of collection. This is lot number 507, Buche Giraud baignoire in 18 karat yellow gold. The dimensions are 24 by 39. With the piece has an estimated value of 1,150 to 2,300 in US dollars. At lot number 519, we have one of those split-second chronographs that Gérard Perregaux made for Ferrari, reference 915, with dial rendered in Ferrari red and a prancing horse logo at 12 o'clock, fat Dauphine hands, and the two chronograph seconds hands. The additional pusher is located somewhere around 8 o'clock, which I think takes away from the balance of the design a little bit. It would have been much nicer if they executed it in a way that had it on the crown. But I think that's a beautiful dial, even though I find the inclusion of the prancing horse on the dial a little bit too ostentatious for my taste. But this is an 18 karat white gold piece from the 1990s in 38 millimeters. Once again, a split second chronograph, so nothing to sneeze at in terms of the complication. This piece has an estimated value of 4,600 to 6,800 in US dollars. If you would like me to take a look at any of the lots for you, if you have any requests about something I skipped and left behind or something that I have yet to approach, feel free to send in a super chat with the lot number, and I will be more than happy to go back. There are a few pieces that I want to go back to myself. A lot of great ladies' pieces here that I don't personally, I'm not personally interested in. I don't personally fancy. They're all marked as property of a British lady, comes from a British lady's collection. I like the taste, but not something I'm personally interested in, except for a few pieces that I've pulled up. Lot 529 is one of those pieces, I think, property of a British lady, as it says here. This is Piaget's ultra-thin concept applied in a very unique way. Altiplano, double jeu, two watches in one, basically, presented in this hinged opening, right? They are stacked on top of each other. You have the outer dial, which is white, quite minimalistic, with an off-center seconds dial, second sub-dial at around 9 o'clock. And then you have a black dial inside for a perfect two-hander that has a kind of charcoal gray with a sunburst finish. And as you can see, both cases have their independent movements, pardon me, and separate crowns, which is placed at 4 o'clock for the lower case and at 2 o'clock for the upper case. I think it's a cool and playful concept, a very unique approach to the dual time, to the GMT, to the travel time watch, using the house expertise of Piaget, which is ultra-thin movements. So I've always liked this particular model in 43 millimeters in white gold. And you get it on a leather strap with a matching 18 karat white gold Piaget déployant clasp. A very lovely concept. I think, executed in a way that befits the expertise, that specialization that Piaget represents. This is the lot number 522 for a Piaget Altiplano double jeu, 43 millimeter, 18 karat white gold case. The piece is expected to fetch an amount between 5,700 to 9,100 in US dollars. At 531, we have a brass movement FP Jean, right at the precipice of that transition that the manufacturer made from rhodium plated brass movements to movements that are executed in 18 karat pink gold. You can see in the self-winding piece that movement is matched with a 22 karat full gold rotor weight, which is decorated with a kind of barley corn style guilloche and carries the logo of the brand as well as its signature and slogan. This is an Octa Réserve de Marche in a platinum case. It does come with its presentation box as well as its warranty card, 38 millimeter case size, which was the standard at the time. And this kind of, taupe champagne sort of dial, which I really like. Of course, power reserve right around 8 o'clock. The oversize date indicator around 11 o'clock, and small seconds at 6 on this off-center dial, which has a Claude Paris guilloche decoration in the middle. A beautiful piece. Of course, the pricing is out of all realms of possibility for most of us. This is collectability at its best. Rarity is very important, of course. Limited production. As you know, once they were gone, they were gone, except for very, very special kind of editions and perhaps certain, very important customers. FP Jean doesn't do brass movements anymore. The greatest example of a brass movement in the post 2006 era is the T30, the piece that he made to honor the first tourbillon pocket watch that he created on its 30th anniversary. Since he wanted to recreate that watch as closely as possible in wristwatch form, he did go with a brass movement in this case, which he ended up finishing in this gilt frosted fashion. But anyway, so it's very rare at this point, and the limited number of pieces from that earlier period of time carry a hefty premium. In this case, lot 531, which is Octa Réserve de Marche with a brass movement in a 38 millimeter platinum case, is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region of 124,000 to 182,000 in US dollars. There are a few pieces that I have skipped and that I do want to go back to. Once again, if you have any yourself. All right. Thank you, JB. Let me go back to those first. Between the two Portuguese, 61 or 67, 68, 999. Thank you so much. They are very different watches, if you ask me. Quick answer, and I will justify this, would be 61 because it's a split second chronograph. And if I were to justify that at a little more length, IWC for me is an important brand because of the way Günther Blümlein led it. And under his leadership, the brand really came to embody what we call these days democratization of complications. At that time, Kurt Klaus was at the head of their complications workshop. He devised the module for the Valjoux 7750 to make out of that workhorse self-winding chronograph base a perpetual calendar chronograph. And imagine the last time that any brand had a significant serial production of a perpetual calendar chronograph was Patek Philippe with the 2499, right? So it was quite something when IWC introduced that. And Richard Habring, on that same base movement of Valjoux 7750, devised the split second module, which I think remains an important part of IWC's heritage. And certainly it is something that Richard Habring carried into Habring 2 as well, which has those Doppel chronographs and as well as perpetual calendar chronographs. A beautiful range in its entirety, really. I'm a huge fan of the Habring 2 brand. But this is, in a way, a legacy of his work. Portuguesa is an oversized watch. So in this case, you have a 41 millimeter case, quite reasonable for a Portuguesa. You have the 1/5 of a second indicated on the chapter ring. That's pearled track for the minutes, and feuille hands that match the 18 karat pink gold case. Again, I'm not a huge fan of these kinds of IWC pieces. Not a huge fan of the Portuguesa either, whether it is in its pure oversized dress watch form or in this kind of chronograph form. But between the three, I would go with the split second chronograph. And even though I said previously that, hey, I wish on that split second chronograph, Gérard Perregaux put it on the crown. In this case, I really like the bull's head design, when the two chronograph pushers are at 10 and 2 o'clock. It kind of has a balance of its own, rather than 8 and 2, which kind of registers as confusing to me, but that's just me. I think this is a cool design. It reminds me of what IWC represented at a certain point in time. It reminds me of Richard Habring's genius and the kind of austere and technical role model that he represents in today's independent watchmaking space. My choice would be lot 61, which has an estimated value of 6,200 to 9,600 in US dollars. Let me actually take a small break here and get a drink of water. I would really appreciate it if you could hit the like button. It helps a great deal. In the meantime, I will pull up some of the other pieces. I think I'm gonna continue with the Christie's rare watches auction with your permission, which is going to start in about 12 days. It's a live auction on May 13th. Some 159 lots. Again, some of the usual suspects, in a way, very much reflects the increasing contemporary focus in the auction circuit, but also some very interesting, unique dials on vintage Rolex day dates as well, which are wonderfully chosen. And quite rare. Beautiful Arabic dials, Arab Rolex crest dials. Some contemporary independents. Anyway, let's get on with it. I'll start actually with something that is very unique and possibly one of a kind and somewhat timely as well, since Louis Vuitton is in the process of reviving the Gérard Janta brand. This is an integrated bracelet, dress watch, made for the King Hassan II of Morocco in around 1980s, with a coral dial that has a special arabesque kind of design on it, and It has a signature of the king on the back as well, his personal styling. Of course, since it's very unique, one doesn't quite know how it will go, but this is a very, very fascinating piece. Lots 63 in the Christie's Rare Watches auction that is going to take place live on May 13th in Geneva. This piece has an estimated value of 10 to 20,000 in Swiss francs. Lot number 1 is a very interesting piece. I made a video on these and okay, can you hear me? My mic is getting disconnected constantly. I don't know what's going on. I apologize about that. I did get a new cable to fix the problem, but hopefully that's not going to happen. I was saying I made a video on the tale of two divers that are coming up for sale this Thursday at Sotheby's London. Sotheby's sold another example of this piece. They have a second one coming up for the Tudor Blue Bay in this Platinum Jubilee RASP edition. And they will also have Breitling Super Ocean Heritage B20 automatic. So check out the video I did on that. But here is another example of the Tudor, which I think is a beautiful watch. We all love Rolex / Tudor diver with some genuine provenance, with some sort of connection to military or a special unit, or commercial divers, that sort of purpose-driven activity. In this case, these watches were issued in 300 examples on the occasion of the Platinum Jubilee last year, commemorating 70 years of service by Queen Elizabeth II. So the caseback is actually engraved with her cipher, as well as the name of this specialist branch of the Metropolitan Police, which is dedicated to the protection of the members of the royal family, as well as high-level government officials, such as parliament members. And the interesting and coincidentally felicitous, well, I mean, that's a little bit of an overwording. The felicitous coincidence of this piece is, of course, it brings back the Tudor rose to the diver of a Tudor, to the dial of a Tudor diver, because the RASP or RASP unit actually has this particular symbol, which is at 6 o'clock on the dial, basically a so-called blue bay or a black bay with a blue dial and blue bezel that has the occasion of the Platinum Jubilee 2022, and it's passed as having been issued to a member of a special unit. This particular example at lot number 1 comes as a full set and has an estimated value of 6 to 12,000 in Swiss francs. At lot 3, this will be interesting to follow as well, because these pieces at the height of the markets were creeping up on 6 figures, and they are one of those pieces that have depreciated significantly in the recent downturn. This piece is offered without reserve, so it is actually starting from 1 franc in 18 karat white gold with the meteorite dial, the Rolex GMT Master with the blue and red quote unquote Pepsi bezel, 126719 BLRO for Bleu Rouge, with an estimated value of 30,000 to 50,000 in Swiss francs at lot number 3. Lot number 4 is 41 millimeter Oyster Perpetual and OP41 with the turquoise dial, with the so-called Tiffany blue dial. Again, one of those watches that were extremely hyped up. I love the Tiffany blue background they used for presenting their watches in this auction. Lovely example. This is a reference 124300. The OP41 with the so-called Tiffany blue dial. The piece has an estimated value of 5,000 to 10,000 in Swiss francs. Lot number 5 is basically a model just introduced in the last year. As you know, before last year, before the last Watches and Wonders in 2022, Rolex actually didn't offer a fluted bezel in the Platinum Day dates. That is something they took care of in that year. This is the reference 228263 with the ice blue dial that has been preserved for platinum watches in the world of Rolex. Everything looks pretty pristine and is the piece is offered as a full set, as were the previous 2 Rolex watches and the Tudor 2. The platinum Rolex Day Date with the fluted bezel at lot number 5 has an estimated value of 40,000 to 80,000 in Swiss francs. The next frontier, so to speak, I think the Zenith Daytonas, the 5-digit reference of the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, the first generation with the self-winding movement, is already taking off in a certain sense. I think the 6-digit can be the new frontier for so many. I do prefer the 16520 significantly to really everything that comes after it, but these are very nice as well. I like them in the black dial a little more. I think in this case, with those silver outer rings for the chronograph registers, they are a little bit, too dull for me, not enough contrast for my eyes. In stainless steel, of course, this is the 116520 from around 2000 with a Z serial. This piece is actually offered without reserve, so bidding will start from 1 franc, and it has an estimate of 15,000 to 25,000 in Swiss francs. It's naked, just a watch, but it's offered without reserve, so could be an opportunity to gain an interesting deal on 116520 Daytona with the white dial. Next to it, we have these. We will see a lot of these new old stock, right? The Safe Queens are coming out. In this case, we can't even call this a Safe Queen because it's just from last year with the stickers intact. This is the 116500 LN, Lunette Noire, with the black dial. The currently discontinued Rolex Daytona reference that has introduced the ceramic bezel for the tachymeter, sold obviously as a full set with the black dial. This piece has a pre-auction estimate of 12 to 18,000 Swiss francs. Lot 6A. Lot number 7 is an interesting example of the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona with a meteorite dial. The lot number is, the reference number is 116519. So what we have is, in fact, a white gold case with those solid end links, integrated end links. The piece is presented on a leather strap with red contrast stitching that picks up on the red accents of the dial that are in the chronograph hands of the watch. Meteorite dial with applied Roman numerals, which I think is a very cool look. And the piece is from 2008. And it does come with the international warranty dated 2008, a service warranty card from 2023, leather card holder, product literature. That is the package you are served with. This is lot number 7 for A reference 116519, 18 karat white gold Rolex Cosmograph Daytona on a leather strap with a meteorite dial. The piece has a pre-auction estimate of 30,000 to 50,000 in Swiss francs. Lot number 9 has a green chrysoprase dial. This is, again, a very stunning 18 karat yellow gold piece. Comes with its hang tag, red chronometer seal, as well as the international warranty card. A presentation box is present as well. This is the 116509. So it's 18 karat white gold on an 18 karat white gold oyster bracelet, polished center links, and semi-precious stone dial, chrysoprase specifically with applied Roman numerals, which gives the watch a very unique look. Chrysoprase I think, has a very nice shade of green that is perhaps actually closest to Tiffany blue. It's not as deep, as profound as jade, perhaps, but has a very unique shade of green that's very light. I do actually like it. In this case, lot number 9, which is reference 116509, 18 karat white gold Rolex Cosmograph Daytona on a matching oyster bracelets. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price between 40,000 to 80,000 in Swiss francs. I'm glad they noted this in the lot essay, because the chrysoprase dial is usually seen in the Daytona Beach series. So for the 116519, that was sold as a special set, with all the accessories and accompanying elements, even matching that particular lizard lizard strap, I should say, that they offered the watches with. You don't see it in a full 18 karat white gold piece usually. They're saying we can only assume that this charismatic dial was mounted on special request by the owner. You will never know. It can be a later replacement as well. Buyer beware. Buyer take care. It is something to note, as always, as charming as the watch actually looks. Yes, sir. I like that. Yeah, that's what one should do, man. It's I mean, sometimes these get replaced, but that's the strap to match that watch with. Love it. Another interesting thing to follow will be, of course, lot number 10, the so-called John Mayer, reference 116508. Along with the rest of the Daytona line, it was, of course, discontinued with the introduction of the renewed and re-energized 126500 generation. Between actually the two precious metal Daytonas that John Mayer shows in that Talking Watches episode, the part 2 they did with him, with Van Clymer. I like actually the 116509 with the blue dial and the red accents on the chronograph registers a little more. but somehow it was this one that really took off after that presentation, and also after being seen on the wrists of some other celebrities, including Jonah Hill, too. Um, it is a cool watch in an important sense. You know, you have green and gold, which is more or less the proprietary color combination of Rolex, of course, and it just makes sense that this model will somehow find its place in the collectible, on the pantheon of collectibles, so to speak. This comes from quite late in the production run in 2022 as a full set. The 116508, one of the precious metal Daytonas that were introduced concurrently with the introduction of the ceramic bezel at 116500 LN. So for a while, they remained in the shadow of those stainless steel pieces. It took a while for them to emerge, and it would be interesting to see how they will perform on the market now that they are discontinued. This piece at lot number 10 has a pre-auction estimate of 40 to 60,000 Swiss francs. It can potentially, pardon me, go for more than that, and we will see how it turns out. We have a great example of, again, that same style of precious metal Daytona presented on a leather strap. In this case, the reference number is 116599. So not only do we have the 18 karat yellow gold, 18 karat white gold Daytona with the so-called racing dial, that is the Arabic numerals radially placed around the hour track. The blue accents of those numerals, of course, pick up the sapphire setting on the bezel, which has diamonds as well. You have a diamond encrusted or pavé dial, and the fixed end links are set with diamonds as well. It's a very richly presented and ostentatious piece, but very stunning in its own right and quite unique. This is lot number 11, an 18 karat white gold Cosmograph Daytona that is set with sapphires and diamonds, with a stunning diamond encrusted racing dial, a reference number 116599 from around 2006. The piece is estimated to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 50,000 to 100,000 in Swiss francs. At lot 12, we have the Rainbow Daytona. Again, one of those discontinued pieces with the hallmarks perfectly crisp and intact. The piece is mostly known for its gradient sapphire set bezel, where you have these subtle gradations of sapphire that form the colors of a rainbow. But the piece also has, in this case, the indices as well in sapphire to match that same set of colors. because there are different versions. As you know, some are set with brilliant diamonds on a rectangular setting. And of course, you also have diamond setting on the lugs and crown guards as well. The piece is fully executed otherwise in 18 carats. Pink gold in this case. The subdials are in this galvanized gold shade of the meteorite, which is a nice detail against the matte black dial. I think this is probably the rainbow Daytona for me. Not that I'm chasing after one, not that it is exactly my style, but this is what comes to my mind. The white gold one is also quite elegant, but this is not a watch that you would want to wear because you want to choose the white metal, the more subtle material or whatever. You want something that's as ostentatious, as out there as possible. And I think the pink gold serves that purpose really well. And with matched baguette cut sapphires as the rainbow indices, the picture is complete. This is a lot number 12, the 116595R bow, the 18 karat pink gold Rolex Rainbow Daytona. The piece has an estimated value of 200,000 to 400,000 in Swiss francs. Now discontinued, or at least momentarily retired. It will be interesting again to see how it performs in this auction. I love this particular kind of Rolex day date. This is a 18038 on matching presidential bracelet in 18 karat white gold, and you have this red vignette dial, which is somewhere between burgundy, maroon, and even like a tobacco brown. Of course, it's a gradient dial, so you can see perhaps all those different shades that I've mentioned. The dial is furthermore set with diamonds, which are baguette cut at 6 and 9, and brilliant for the rest of the indices. A beautiful piece that looks very well preserved. And at lot number 13, this Rolex day date with the red vignette dial, reference 18038 from around 1986, has an estimated value of 12,000 to 18,000 in Swiss francs. This is a beautiful one too. Wow. The Oxblood Stella probably is my favorite when it comes to these sorts of lacquered dials. I don't want to bother anyone. I kind of tempted to scream Stella into the microphone, living up to my nickname, but it's too late. I don't want to piss off my neighbors. I also don't want to scream in your ear, potentially you might be listening to it on headphones, so I'll spare you that. But this is a beautifully gem set dial. It has that pearl string like track of diamonds on the minute track. It has baguette cut sapphires for the hour markers. It also has minimal loom, which would have expired, of course, on the hands as well as behind the indices in the form of these pips. But yeah, that oxblood Stella dial is just a joy to contemplate. Um, I would take it plain rather than this kind of gem setting, but it's still a beautiful watch. In this case, you have the case back sticker that has mostly withered away, but is also still intact and present on the case. You can see the hallmarks are still there for something that looks worn, used, but unabused. Look at the beauty of that dial. And the piece is presented on tan ostrich strap with contrast stitching, which gives it a very unique flavor. Again, very beautiful condition. Um, and it does come actually with an 18 karat Rolex buckle. So if this is the style you prefer rather than the presidential bracelet, it could be an interesting option. From early 80s, this very beautiful gem set oxblood Stella dial Rolex day date is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere in the range of 20,000 to 40,000 in Swiss francs. This, of course, a shady dealer would try to sell as a Tiffany blue, but lot 15 is the smurfiest color I think that I observed on a Rolex dial. This is also a Stella dial from a bygone era. It is also a gem set, in this case, simply, if one can say that, with diamonds, brilliant cut for most of the indices, but baguette cut at 6 and 9 o'clock. You have that minimal luminous material too, again, on the hands as well as in the form of the pips right behind the diamond indices. And this piece is actually a 18039, so same generation as lot 14, but actually rendered in 18 karat white gold. In again, pretty good condition with crisp hallmarks that you can observe from this case back picture. Comes with a matching 18 karat white gold Rolex buckle on this tan calfskin leather strap that has vintage styling and cream contrast stitching from around 1982. Lot number 15 has an estimated value of 40 to 60,000 in US dollars. In Swiss francs, I should say, pardon me, 40 to 60,000 Swiss francs. At lot number 17, we have a relatively recent model with a turquoise dial. This is the reference number 128238, the 36 millimeter contemporary Rolex day date on a matching president bracelet with turquoise stone dial that is diamond set with the Roman numerals at 6 and 9. This is a piece from 2002. It is sold with as a full set by Christie's here for the rare watches auction that is coming up on May 13th in Geneva. Lot 17 has an estimated value of 15 to 25,000 in Swiss francs. At lot number 18, we have a 18168 with an onyx dial. This is a Rolex day date on a president bracelet with an onyx dial that does not actually have any indices or luminous material. This is a kind of presentation that Rolex sometimes preferred in semi-precious stone dials, in day dates and date justs, precisely because it shows up off better the beauty and depth of the particular stone that was used. I think this is great. Black and gold is always a great combination as well. This is the day date with the onyx dial 18168 in 18 karat yellow gold on a matching president bracelet from around 1987 with an estimated value of 20 to 40,000 in Swiss francs. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I like it too. Again, we have a Rolex Datejust in this case with a red jasper dial, reference 1601, fully executed in 18 karat white gold. It is presented on generic calfskin strap and a generic buckle, but it is a pretty stunning watch. As I mentioned, to give you the full depth and texture of the stone dial in this uninterrupted fashion, Rolex chose to forego all the luminous material and applied numerals and whatever else for the hour markers. You do have the minimal luminous material on the hands, but that will have expired, of course, since it was tritium. You have the date at 3 o'clock, which is framed with gold that matches the case and, of course, magnified with the Cyclops. A very cool watch in the traditional 36 millimeter sizing for Datejust in 18 karat white gold with a beautiful red jasper dial, fluted bezel from around 1972 with an estimated value of 20 to 40,000 in Swiss francs. We have back to back some great pieces here. Wow. Number 20, lot number 20 is Rolex Datejust, reference 1601, executed in 18 karat yellow gold with a fluted bezel and Jubilee bracelet that is in matching material, and lapis lazuli dial that is a great complement to the yellow gold case. As you can see, this piece is actually fitted with a crystal that does not have the Cyclops, which I think is actually a great idea because it's a little bit of a distraction when you are gazing upon such a beautiful and unique dial. This is a 1601, a Rolex Datejust, fully executed in 18 karat yellow gold with a matching Jubilee bracelet from the late 70s. The piece at lot number 20 has an estimated value of 20,000 to 40,000 in Swiss francs. At lot 21, we have lapis lazuli dial on a day date. This is 18038. And this is a great way to observe how different every slice of this kind of material actually is. This one has much less of those striations, but a kind of spotty texture that is a very interesting shade of blue that verges on purple, and I think presents a very unique look on this day date. Reference number 18038, as I mentioned, from around 1985. A Rolex day date with lapis lazuli dial on the presidential bracelet. This piece is expected to reach an amount in the region of 20,000 to 40,000 in Swiss francs. Please hit the like button while you're at it. I really appreciate it. If you learned something from tonight's show, if you have enjoyed it so far, please hit the like button. It helps me a great deal and it doesn't cost you anything. So I would really appreciate it. Lot number 22 is another Rolex day date from the same period, again presented on president's bracelets, and it has a green bloodstone dial. This different shades of green with specks of blood red, maybe not as exaggerated as some examples that we have seen previously on Rolex watches and on different brands as well, but still quite beautiful. Kind of have to zoom to really see those specks of red. This is a 1808 from around 1983, a Rolex day date in 18 karat yellow gold and on a matching presidential bracelet. Pardon me, fluted bezel and a green bloodstone dial. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 20,000 to 40,000 Swiss francs. Lot 23 is in so many ways And it continues the same theme of beautiful day dates with unique semi-precious stone dials. In this case, what you have is a lovely slice of salmon or coral. As you can see, the textures of the dial really makes it look like some great locks. Um, this piece, once again, is an 18 karat yellow gold piece with its presentation box, chronometer certificate, warranty, and the great thing is this is actually from 1990s, so it's reference 18 to 18238, which is the first generation of Rolex day date watches that have introduced the double quick set. So some people can get very particular about setting these kinds of watches. You have to kind of set both the day and the date, and double quick set means that you can cycle through both of those on the crown. So that is a great gain for a lot of um, these kinds of watches. I think these dials are very rare, very precious, and they are quite cool, especially when they're not laid upon with these numerals. You can see a slight crack right uh, between 7 and 8 o'clock, so to speak. That's one reason why Rolex doesn't use these kinds of dials anymore, or not as not in the way we desire. Perhaps they might just come back, but it's not something that is done as widely, as enthusiastically as before, at least not by Rolex. You can say the same thing about wooden dials. So that's one reason why these kinds of pieces carry such heavy premiums on the secondary market in the auction circuits. This is a Rolex day dates 18 to 38 with a coral dial that has beautiful striations and an estimated value of 30,000 to 50,000 in Swiss francs. Perhaps the most unique now in that series we have just looked upon. This is the 18346, so platinum, presented practically as a full set. I also want to show this tag as a slap on the face of people. Why do you call it president? It's a day date, even as they use goofy nicknames for every possible other Rolex watch, but somehow it's not okay to call a day date a president. Well, as you see, Rolex itself called the day date president. It's just what it is. You don't have to take things so seriously. This is a platinum version, 18346. That's already quite rare in limited number in the vintage era. But when it's matched with one of those semi-precious stone dials, especially something that is in salmon, of course, in this sort of coral dial, it's even more precious. And of course, you have the diamond set bezel, which makes it even more special. In this kind of full set, It's even harder to come by. The caseback sticker is still on the watch, even though it has somehow disintegrated and almost melted away. The hallmarks are still intact and mostly quite crisp. It's really a beautiful watch and in well-preserved condition, most certainly from the mid-90s. This is a platinum Rolex President with a coral dial. Reference number is 18346. The piece has a diamond set bezel and is presented on a matching presidential bracelet. The estimated value is 100,000 to 200,000 in Swiss francs. I think something similar to this was sold very recently in Antiquorum, and we covered it right here. So I wanna try to find it again, but it's not coming up for me immediately. Um, yeah, so I'm not gonna waste too much time trying to dig it up, but it could have been a good reference point to gauge. But these are very unique and quite rare. Let's see what they say in the essay. The present reference 18346 is realized in the most luxurious metal, platinum, already extremely attractive and sought after due to its coral dial. This is just one of the remarkable traits of this timepiece. The present timepiece shines as one of the best preserved day dates to ever grace an auction room. It does look like a great condition, but of course, as always, the lot essay plays it up a little bit, complete with its original Rolex guarantee dated August 1999. This is a practical treatise on the original proportions of vintage day dates, the pristine condition of the case, incredibly full lugs. It's immediately apparent at first glance. The diamond set bezel is another welcome addition. Very cool. It's a cool piece. The estimated value is 100,000 to 200,000 Swiss francs, as I mentioned, and it's not unrealistic that it falls somewhere between those prices within that range. At lot 125, we have a 6-digit Rolex Daytona with the Armani Khanjar on the caseback. This is a piece that Christie's Geneva sold for the 50th anniversary of the Rolex Daytona in an auction that they held on November 10th, 2013, that they called Lesson 1, presenting 50 exceptional examples of the Rolex Daytona. This piece also comes with the whole shebang, so to speak. Presentation box, outer packaging decorated with the Khanjar emblem, red lacquered box made for the Daytona Lesson 1 auction. and a mini ultimate Rolex Daytona book by Pucci Papaleo. Leather card holder, sales tag, product literature also included. Of course, the piece is a black dial, Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 116520, matched with a stainless steel tachymeter bezel, as is the case with that generation. I think this is a more handsome looking watch compared to its white dial counterpart. I like the contrast between the silver outer rings and the black dial. This is a piece from right around 2012, and again has established provenance, having been already sold by Christie's in 2013. It's coming back on the market in 2023. Now it's twice discontinued, basically. As I said, after the 5-digit generation, the 6-digit generation will probably pick up in its own way, but this is already a very unique watch, a relatively rare watch. So lot number 25 has an estimated value of 40,000 to 60,000 in Swiss francs. Yeah, or orange like 45. Yeah. You know, it is what it is. That's just an objective statement. I don't even think it's a political opinion. It's a nice color. Lot 26 is another example of the white dial, but in this case, it is from that same auction, lesson 1 in 2013, comes with the same package in a way. Sales tag, product literature, leather card holder, its own presentation box, its own outer packaging decorated with the Omani Khanjar emblem, the cross daggers that form the sultanic seal of the Sultanate of Oman. A red lacquered box made for the Daytona Lesson 1 2013 auction, and a mini Ultimate Rolex Daytona book by Pucci Papaleo. This is the white dial version of lot 25. Lot number 26. Rolex Daytona 116520, previously sold by Christie's as part of their 50th anniversary Daytona auction in 2013, and once sold to the Sultanate of Oman, as you can discern here from the caseback engraving. The piece has an estimated value of 40 to 60,000 Swiss francs. Lot 27. This is a piece that was once retailed by Asprey of London, which is something you can see with the engraving on the caseback. There is no markings, no special inscriptions or symbols on the dial, but it comes with a presentation box embossed with the sultanic insignia of Amman, so the Khanjar emblem and the sales tag. And since it's retailed by Asprey as well, it can be identified as an Omani piece. This is the Panda, reference 6263. silver dial with chronograph registers that have patinated into this shade of rich tobacco brown. A watch that has a lot of character with the period correct folded link oyster bracelet as well. Again, a unique piece, a rare piece. This is 6263, once retailed by Asprey of London at lot number 27. It has an estimated value of 100,000 to 200,000 in Swiss francs. Tropical. At lot 28, we have Rolex Sea Dweller that screams its Armani provenance a little more loudly, since it has the Sultan's signature on the dial at 6 o'clock in red. Qaboos was the Sultan before he passed away a few years ago of Amman. This also arrives as a lovely full set with the matching anchor as well as caseback sticker, punched warranty, retailed by Asprey, as you can see. The piece has a presentation box additionally that features Asprey's Amman Royal Warrant, outer packaging, plastic folder, sales tack, anchor, and product literature as well. The piece is wonderfully preserved with the luminous material having developed a pumpkin-like patina on the dial, hands, as well as the luminous pip on the bezel insert from the early 1970s. Lot number 28 is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 200,000 to 300,000 in Swiss francs. Please hit the like button when you can. It really helps a great deal. And subscribe if you haven't. I'm here every day, so I'm sure we can catch up quite soon. And check out the other content on the channel. I don't only do these sorts of long live streams where I go through auction previews, dissect new releases, talk about individual and collective stories about watches, about wristwatches specifically, but about watchmaking more broadly. And I'm sure you'll also find some of those shorter form videos which talk about those details in the channel. So please feel free to explore, make yourself comfortable. This is lot 29. which is Rolex Daytona, Cosmograph Daytona reference 6263, with the bakelite bezel insert for the tachometer, reverse panda configuration on the dial, which is to say matte black with white chronograph registers, the signature of the Armani Sultan on the dial, caboose right under Rolex Oyster, and the coronets, of course, screw down pushers. The Asprey engraving on the case back is wonderfully intact as well and looks very fresh and crisp. The piece comes with a presentation box decorated on the top with the Oman national emblem, crossing of two crossed daggers, the Khanjar, a traditional Omani dagger in the middle. On the inside lid of the box is a green panel with gilt writing, which reads by appointment. That is the sultanic warrant to His Majesty Qaboos Ibn Said, Asprey and Company Limited, red lacquered box made for the Daytona Lesson 1 auction, and a mini ultimate Rolex Daytona book by Pucci Papaleo. So this is once again one example that was sold in that 2013 auction for the 50th anniversary of the Daytona. So previously sold by Christie's, has great provenance, nicely preserved, and it is also one of the only 4 known reference 6263s with this kind of configuration. And at lot 29, this piece has a very hefty price tag. The estimated value of the watch is 600,000 to 1,200,000 in Swiss francs. Lot 30 is a very interesting set as well, a 6265, an 18 karat yellow gold Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, presented on a matching riveted oyster bracelet, of course, the polished center links, champagne dial, black chronograph registers, subtly recessed and radially guilloché for maximum contrast and legibility. And we have the Ommani Khanjar emblem in black as well, right under the coronet. At 12 o'clock, the only marking remains Cosmograph in terms of the model above the 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock. Screw down pushers and the tachometer bezel in the matching material. Look at that beautiful red felt box. Wow. This piece apparently comes with 2 pens as well. The caseback sticker intact. The hallmarks seem beautifully crisp. One of the very few known watches delivered to the Sultanate of Oman through Asprey's Geneva branch, it says. This piece comes with an undated guarantee product literature, a red suede presentation box decorated on the top with a gold embossed Khanjar emblem beneath the Omani crown, special to Esprit Geneva, two 18-karat gold Carandache medicine pens with applied Khanjar emblems, spare in cartridges, as well as Carandache's own guarantee. A very special package indeed for this beautiful 18-karat yellow gold Daytona with champagne dial and black chronograph registers, carrying the Armani Khanjar at 12 o'clock, presented in a beautifully preserved condition at lot number 30. The estimated value of the watch is 250,000 to 450,000 in Swiss francs. Hey, Gandog. Lovely to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Let me use that occasion to grab some water. This is a very special Rolex Daytona. The Jack of Diamonds, as they call it, a 6269 with diamond encrusted dial, diamond bezel, round sapphires for the hour markers, and a champagne accent for the chronograph registers. A beautiful piece. Really well preserved as well, down to the Khanjar engraving on the case back. This piece comes on a matching 18-karat yellow gold Rolex riveted oyster bracelet. Nothing of much else. The only other known example of this particular reference made for Amman with the caseback engraving was sold by Antiquorum Geneva back in 2013. For other examples of reference 6269, they recommend that you look at the Ultimate Rolex Daytona by Pucci Papaleo between pages 524 to 527, and 100 Superlative Rolex Watches, John Goldberger, page 241. So this is a lot 31 for a rather unique example of the reference 6269, the Jack of Diamonds with a diamond set bezel, a pavé dial that has sapphires for the indices, made for the Sultanate of Oman from around 1985. This Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 6269 at lot number 31 has an estimated value of 800,000 to 1,400,000 in Swiss francs. We're going to take a look at the Jean-Claude Killy while I take my quick break. Reference 6236 for this triple calendar, triple register chronograph by Rolex. I'm back. This is the Rolex Dato Compax reference 6236, a reference that's usually known as Jean-Claude Killy, along with a number of different Dato Compax references, a lot of different triple calendar chronograph references by Rolex. 6236 is in a way the latest representation of it. This is the movement. Looks like it is really in a great condition. The dial is beautifully preserved. The heat blued chronograph seconds hand is really a delight to see. Of course, the pointer dates along the perimeter of the dial, the 3 chronograph registers, and the 2 aperture for the day of the week and month right under the coronet at 12 o'clock. Of course, traditionally, Rolex is not necessarily known for making complicated watches, but the triple date chronographs are some of the greatest representatives of what they were able to do, as you can see from the movement as well. The watch is presented on a stainless steel Rolex strap, and with a matching stainless steel Rolex buckle, silver dial. I want to read a little bit from the lot essay because it is a great piece of history. Many collectors of vintage watches hunt for the perfect and all original example of this favorite Rolex model. For scholars and aficionados of fine and complicated vintage Rolex watches, the fresh to the market and wonderfully original reference 6236 Jean-Claude Killy is a dream watch. The present stainless steel example of this landmark reference must be considered one of the best preserved specimens to come to the market in years. It is blessed with a superb untouched dial with all the typical features a savvy Rolex collector would expect. Indeed, the transfer printing used on reference 6236 dials is regarded as the most perfect of any dial of the period and has rarely been equaled. The blue date ring features the date of the month, as one would expect. For this late example, the 6 and 9 are no longer open as with previous generations, but rather closed. Furthermore, the typical short hour indices highlighted with a luminous dot towards the outside has remained largely intact and aged to a warm beige brown tone. The case is stunningly crisp, and one may conclude that it has probably never been polished since new. The finely engraved reference and serial numbers in between the lugs are fully legible. The family of the Dato Compax triple calendar chronographs is among the most complex vintage watch lines made by Rolex. Scholars estimate that the total production of steel reference 6239 to be 215 pieces, with only 15 known to the market today. 55 known to the market today. Reference 6236 was made in incredibly low numbers, which boasted at the time an annual production of several thousand watches already. The sporty appeal of this chronograph, distinguished by the iconic tonneau-shaped case, merges with complexity and practicality of the triple calendar complication. Of course, as you have noticed, the typical Rolex Oyster case is usually called a tonneau, which is quite right because it's not exactly a perfectly round shape. The result is an everlasting classic which captured the hearts of collectors so much that is nowadays among the most sought after Rolex vintage chronographs since the introduction of the model 6236, of this triple calendar chronograph in the second half of the 1940s. The design has been regularly updated and modernized until it reached its final form as the reference 6239, easily recognizable by the larger, more prominent bezel, which, unlike earlier versions, is a separate part and snapped onto the main body of the case. Reference 6236 was the final version of the celebrated Dato Compacts model, the so-called Jean-Claude Killy, in production between 1958 and at least until 1964. It is easily identifiable by this larger bezel compared to its predecessors. In fact, the reference 6236 has a three-part case with the bezel snapped on the piece. The watches are linked to the legendary personality of Jean-Claude Killy, Olympic skier and a man of extremely refined case. The name of Mr. Killy has been associated with Rolex for 40 years since he became an official Rolex ambassador and began serving on the Rolex board of directors. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece at lot 35. Very well preserved example of the Rolex Dato Compacts triple calendar chronograph reference 6236, the so-called Jean-Claude Killy at lot number 35, with an estimated value of 200 to 400,000 in Swiss francs. Number 36 is one of my absolute favorites from this auction. Another triple calendar chronograph, nicely matched back to back with that Jean-Claude Killy. This piece is built on the 13 Ligne Vajou 88 caliber, and it's made by Breguet. I have presented both this watch, but before it, actually, a gold example that was worn by Jean-Paul Belmondo in the Cannes Festival 1974. As you can see here, that's Breguet triple calendar chronograph with a moon phase indicator that is actually in 18 karat yellow gold here. Smaller piece, different case design, and this is one that was actually sold back in 2016 by Christie's in Geneva for 75,000 Swiss francs. The more recent version, it's right here at lot number 36. It's an elusive piece, perhaps made a little more attractive in the stainless steel iteration. We have just talked about the desirability of the Jean-Claude Killy, especially in that perfected iteration of the 6236. This piece shares a lot of that DNA, has a more muscular case in stainless steel compared to its own yellow gold version. There are less than 10 examples known publicly of it in stainless steel, so it's even more rare than a Rolex Jean-Claude Killy. And the last time a stainless steel example came up for auction, which was in 2019, again at Christie's Geneva, it sold for 300,000 Swiss francs. And that was in an unreal condition. Not that this falls short in any way. This is also in a great condition, but that was maybe a different level. Very beautiful presence in the stainless steel case. It has a thinner bezel compared to the Jean-Claude Killy. And of course, it also has the additional moon phase that is integrated into that 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock. The blue accents as they match that printed date indicator on the perimeter of the dial, the heat blued chronograph seconds hand, and the date indicator, and the night sky of the quirky moon phase, I think is beautiful. The serial number and the model number is pretty crisp still on the case back. A very well preserved piece indeed. That is lot 36, which is Breguet 3651 from around 1967. A triple calendar chronograph with a moon phase indicator in stainless steel, a 36 millimeter case, silver dial with blue accents, stunning piece that has an estimated value of 100,000 to 180,000 in Swiss francs. For the next few lots, we have a number of modern independents, which I'm really interested in. Let's dive in. We are going to start with two Laurent Ferrier pieces. Lot 37 is titanium limited edition version of the Galet in the classic origin series to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the brand in 2021. A green dial that has lime green accents. And the hand wound movement, one of only 30. Number 6 of 30 to be exact, with the assegai hands, oversized subdial for the seconds, crosshair pattern on the dial that divides it into 4 pieces. This particular example is matched with a stainless steel Laurent Ferrier buckle, the certificate of origin and warranty from 2021, a magnifying glass, polishing cloth, and the presentation box as well as the outer packaging. The oversized onion crown, of course, is part of the visual signature at this point of the brand, which has been on the ascendance. And the Galet Classic has also won in the past the men's watch category in the GPHG, the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie in Geneva. This is lot 37 for high polished, high grade titanium dress watch by Laurent Ferrier, a 10th anniversary edition of their classic origin with a green dial, lime green accents, one of only 30. The piece has an estimated value of 15,000 to 25,000 in Swiss francs. Lot number 38 is another limited and beautiful piece by Laurent Ferrier. This is from the École annual calendar series with a two-tone blue dial with orange accents. You have a pointer date on the perimeter of the dial, small seconds at 6. The crosshair division, again, of the center of the dial, complemented with orange accents on the quarters of the second subdial, as well as on the quarters of the hour and minute track as well. Of course, you have the two apertures for the month and day of the week. This is a 40 millimeter case. Again, comes as a full set, one of only 10 pieces in this case. One of 10. It has a power reserve indicator on the back for the hand-wound annual calendar movement. In stainless steel. The present École annual calendar Série Atelier number 2 is one of only 10 pieces. Christie's Geneva writes, the Série Atelier number 2 is the last reissue of the École case since Laurent Ferrier has decided to realign his collection by focusing on the iconic designs, classic, square, and the Grand Sport. The École case, inspired by Laurent's studies while he was a younger watchmaker, pays tribute to period pocket watches from the time when pioneer watchmakers began transforming them into wristwatches. This piece is preserved in excellent condition. The present timepiece is furthermore offered with a full set of accessories, representing a unique opportunity for collectors to acquire one of these highly exclusive pieces. This is, again, lot number 38 for Laurent Ferrier École annual calendar, which is a retired case design by the brand at this point in time. This piece is already a very rare example out of a 10-piece limited run, number 1 out of 10, with an estimated value of 30,000 to 50,000 in Swiss francs. Number 39 is an interesting concept by Anderson Genève. This is montre à tact. You'll see what it means momentarily. This is apparently number 0, so potentially a prototype. In a two-tone execution that is a mix of 18 karat pink gold and white gold with a pink gold dial, a dial actually produced from a pink gold blank, guilloche decorated with frosted hour track set with Breguet numerals, oversized feuille hands, a perfect two-hander, but it has this discrete element of the dates that you can glimpse through a porthole-like design at 6 o'clock between the lugs. As you can see here, which is pretty cool. The piece comes with its original certificate, fluted caseband for this discrete date model for what is otherwise a perfect two-hander, time-only watch in 42 millimeters. The montre à tact, or tactful watch, was invented by Abraham Louis Breguet in the 1790s during an epoch when it was regarded as unseemly to read the time in public. The tact system helped to tell the time in polite society without taking the watch out of your pocket, possibly offending your host or hostess. Anderson Genève revived the concept for a unique wristwatch with the discrete date, which again, through that porthole opening between the lugs at around 6 o'clock, reveals the dates and gives you a plain view of that beautifully decorated dial that is engine turned by hand from a pink gold blank. This is lot number 39. The Anderson Genève montre à tact with discrete date number 0, so potentially the prototype from around 1999, with an estimated value of 15,000 to 25,000 in Swiss francs. Lot 41 is De Béthune Virtus, unique piece, number 000. This is a beautiful piece by De Béthune, which dips into more classical design elements than the company's more recent creations. It's really beautiful with a white enamel dial with painted Arabic numerals. The hands are heat blued and harken back to, of course, those apple-shaped, Breguet-styled hands. And there is also a ring at the center of the dial, which I believe is heat-blued titanium. And there is a power reserve indicator at around 12 o'clock as well. The piece is a perfectly round 46 millimeter pink gold case with the bullet shaped or ogival lugs that are very discreet and almost hide under the case, which gives the piece again a certain flavor of a conversion from a pocket watch. A hinged case back opens up to a stunning view of the movements, which has all these details in high polished titanium as well as unique heat blued titanium parts. Let's read up a little more about this. That a watch that at first glance expresses very conventional elements of design, but has a very interesting character, both in terms of its proportions and the insight. First time at auction, consigned by the original owner. Excellent overall condition. The CS 127 Virtus can only be described as stunning, the perfect example of De Béthune's mission to integrate scientific advancements with mechanical craftsmanship. The impressive large pink gold case is fitted with an 1800 Vickers hardness sapphire crystal over the superb Grand Feu enamel dial, which immediately draws attention. Such is its beauty that it's hard not to be seduced both by the striking aesthetic and De Béthune's extraordinary level of finish and innovation. Virtus was a specific virtue in ancient Rome. It carries connotations of valor, excellence, courage, character, and worth. Yeah, as a wise man was once said, valor pleases you, Chrome. Valor is good. Sorry, guys, it's getting late. The Arnold is coming out. He might take my place anytime now. The solid pink gold back cover with invisible hinge can be released by a button in the band at 4 o'clock, as you can see right here. This is actually a push button to release the hinged case back, to open the hinged case back. Hand mirror polished movement with grade 5 titanium bridge covers beneath a further 1800 Vickers protective sapphire crystal. The DB 2005 caliber alone includes at least 4 De Béthune patent innovations that have become such a signature of the brand. It offers a 6-day power reserve from the self-regulating twin barrel, which is a 2004 pattern, with indicator placed discreetly on the dial. It was right around 12 o'clock. Titanium platinum balance, patented 2016. Silicon escape wheel. Triple parachute shock protection system, patented 2005. And the De Béthune balance spring with flat terminal curve, which is patented in 2006. This horological masterpiece provides collectors with the opportunity to obtain a unique and exceptional piece of independent watchmaking of the highest caliber. The piece comes with its presentation box, product literature, as well as the certificate of origin and warranty dated 2016. It is also matched with an 18-karat pink gold déployant clasp. This is the De Béthune Virtus unique piece coming for the first time into the market, reference CS127, lot number 41, has an estimated value of 60,000 to 120,000 Swiss francs. Number 42 is one of my absolute favorites, the Romain Gauthier Logical One. In 18-karat white gold. It has the fusée and chain constant force mechanism, an off-center dial that is beautifully executed in grand feu enamel. Let's read more about it. Power reserve on the back. And in person, that chain is just so stunning and eye-catching, not only as a technical element, but because of the high polish it received by hand, it just gleams. I mean, it's an incredible thing. When it comes to hand finishing, there are only a few names that can hang at this level. Certainly, Romain Gauthier is right up there with the best of them. This piece was the GPHG winner for the best men's complication watch in 2013. Amazingly beautiful and a pinnacle of precision. Haute horlogerie, Christie's writes, Romain Gauthier's third watch, a Logical One, was introduced in 2013 and almost immediately honored in winning the prize for best men's complication at the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève. The finish of the movement is exceptional. It showcases Gauthier's mastery of hand finishing in the frosting, beveling, and graining of the plates. The present white gold model, now discontinued, features a superb Grand Feu white enamel dial. However, the great and significant achievement of Logical One is its 21st century interpretation of the chain and fusée constant force mechanism, wound by an ingenious ergonomic pusher in the side of the case. This patented constant force system features a friction minimizing quadruple flat ruby chain and a slowly rotating snail cam, which can be seen to the left of the main dial. So this pusher basically allows the charge of the watch. And you can see the mechanism as described with the snail cam. The technical advantage is that the snail cam and mainspring barrel are on the same level, and therefore the force is always transmitted in a straight line so that it provides constant timing precision over the entire 4 to 6 power 46-hour power reserve. On the back of the movement, there's a power reserve, indicator, as we have seen. Snail cam and the mainspring barrel. The crown to adjust the time. The slide for the charge. Pusher, rather. This is lot 42. Romain Gauthier, logical one in white gold with a beautiful Grandfeu enamel dial. The blue accents match and catch the tones of those heat-blued hands. With its unique constant force mechanism, a fusée and chain system that is pleasing to the eye and can be charged with the pusher on the side of the case, and have a snail cam system that allows the constant transmission of the force in a straight line and allows the lasting accuracy and precision of the movement through the 46 hours of the power reserve. Please hit the like button while you can. I really do appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. That really helps me grow the channel, and I'm here every day with new content in the form of live stream, but also increasingly shorter videos too. If you would like to contribute to the channel in other ways, the links are provided in the chat. If you want to direct my attention to a particular lot after I finish this, feel free to send it in with a super chat. There's the link to the listings. Lot 42 has an estimated value of 65,000 to 140,000 in Swiss francs. Lot 47 is a very impressive platinum reverso. This is the gyro tourbillon with a spherical tourbillon cage that offers an open-worked dial and the exhibition of the carriage from both sides. There is a power reserve indicator on the verso side of the movements as well. This is lot number 47, the reverso gyro tourbillon number 2, 1 of 75. Number 32 of 75, executed in platinum. It is probably one of the most futuristic renditions of JLC's flagship model, 36 by 55, so it's quite a unit on the wrist. On the rector side, it has this sapphire dial for the hours and minutes. with heat blued sword hands, beautiful guilloche decoration on the bridge plates, and that unique spherical tourbillon. Let's see what the good folks at Christie's have written about it. When Jaeger-LeCoultre decided to reinterpret their mythical reversal model from 1931 to celebrate its 80th anniversary, the result was beyond expectations. Sculpted in platinum, the legendary Art Deco case has been enlarged to house the gyro tourbillon, composed of 371 parts, 58 jewels. The present model goes beyond the limits already achieved with the first edition of the gyro tourbillon, one developed by genius watchmaker Eric Coudray, while the gyro tourbillon 1 is beating at 21,600 semi-oscillations per hour. The present gyro tourbillon 2 is impressively calibrated for 4 hertz. Never seen on a wristwatch previously, the cylindrical spring allows for a more regular and constant deployment than a flat spring, as the energy contained is spread more evenly. The chief feature of the spherical tourbillon itself, the rotation, is extremely unusual, quite spectacular to watch in action, and it's so precise that it enabled Jaeger-LeCoultre to win the prize for the first official timing competition of the 21st century. The carriage itself is machined from a single block of titanium. In addition to the tourbillon revolving around the axis of its titanium carriage, it also rotates around the second axis, inclined at a 20-degree angle. The combined effect of these two rotations, respectively 30 and 15 seconds per revolution, frees the watch from the effects of gravity and also results in being extremely lightweight and of high precision. Another important feature is the cylindrical balance spring with two terminal curves. Although patented in 1782 by the Englishman John Arnold, this is the first time that the cylindrical balance spring had been miniaturized for use in a wristwatch. The cylindrical shape serves to make the movement more isochronous, the two terminal curves giving a more even motion during each rotation. A cylindrical balance spring is also featured, by the way, in Berthou's chapter 3 now, which is a fascinating piece to also observe and contemplate. Certainly very impressive, if not necessarily as impressive as this spherical tourbillon. There's a wheel here that is actually a 24-hour disc as well, just to mention that. This semi-skeletonized, semi-open worked spherical tourbillon piece in Jaeger-LeCoultre's iconic reversal case, a one of only 75 in platinum. This is lot number 47 in the upcoming Rare Watches auction at Christie's Geneva. The piece has an estimated value of 50,000 to 100,000 in Swiss francs. Some very interesting JLC pieces back to back. We have at lot number 49, a limited edition duoface in 18 karat pink gold. The duoface is basically JLC's ingenious take on GMT watch, on a dual time watch. What you get are basically the Janus face of the reverso. You get here on the main dial the baton indices laid out like the rays of the sun to match the Dauphine hands. The sunburst of this anthracite gray dial emanates from that hand stack as well. Small seconds at 6. Presented on a Casafaliano strap, by the way, that polo style. The piece also has another dial on the flip side for a second time zone that is framed by guilloche Claude Paris pattern decoration, hobnail pattern in this kind of opaline silver color. That secondary dial has basically a night-day indication with an additional 24-hour hand that's placed right at 6 o'clock. The carriage of the reverso with contemporary models is decorated with these Art Deco sun rays, which is cool, which is a different kind of style, which I appreciate in that particular context. But I do prefer the old school parlage they used to do. Just a small detail. This was one of only 100. Lot number 49, Gégé de Coutre, limited edition, 18 karat pink gold reverso duo face. At lot 49 is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region of 6,000 to 8,000 in Swiss francs. The piece also comes with a presentation box as well as its double outer packaging, original warranty certificate dated 2018, and a matching 18 karat pink gold double folding déployant clasp. Lot 52 is a limited edition piece by A. Lange und Söhne. It is also a tourbillon, a Lange 1 tourbillon, one of only 150. You have this beautiful cutout with half bridge on the dial side, the tourbillon inscription at around 12 o'clock on the off-center dial for hours and minutes, and off-center small seconds within that dial, right between 7, 8 o'clock. Of course, the power reserve and the oversized date completes the picture. Beautifully decorated with a 3/4 plate in German silver that has enhanced that yellowish hue over the years. Nickel, copper, and zinc, as you know, that's the alloy. and it has this sort of champagne-like tint that actually enhances over the years. The decoration of the movement is like a little manual for hand finishing, as it were, with all kinds of different elements from the glashütte ribbing to freehand engraving on the bridges, the on the balance conch, I should say, to gold chatons that are mirror polished on the countersink, set with rubies, the anglage, the perlage on the base plate, so on and so forth. It is always very impressive to gaze upon Lange movement. This piece arrives with the full package. From around 2001, presented in a 38.5 platinum case. Released at the turn of the millennium, Christie's Geneva writes, the Lange 1 tourbillon model was made in a limited edition of 250 examples in pink gold and 150 in platinum. This is one of 150. The watch is world's first wristwatch combining a tourbillon, a patented oversized date, twin barrels for 3 days of power reserve, and a progressive power reserve indicator. The movement is composed of 378 parts, the tourbillon itself consisting of 72 pieces. Its miniature steel cage is suspended between two diamond end stones and contains the balance wheel, the balance spring, and the escapement. That was lot number 52. The A. Lange & Söhne Lange 1 tourbillon, one of only 150 in platinum. The estimated value of the piece is 70 to 100,000 in US dollars. In Swiss francs, I'm sorry. All right, we have about 30 minutes to go. If you have any watch-related questions, if you want me to jump ahead or spring back for any of the lots that you want me to examine, feel free to send them in with a super chat. Lot 53 is the Zeitwerk, executed as a chiming watch. This piece is in 18 karat white gold, a 44 millimeter case. Zeitwerk is already an impressive piece of work, as you know, with it being a fully mechanical watch that has a digital display of hours and minutes. Very impressive, with an oversized seconds dial at the lower half of the watch, and the two exposed and mirror polished hammers. The gong itself is also visible from the face of the watch. The pusher for the chiming function, of course. With a 44.2 millimeter case size, jumping numerals display, and a visible chiming mechanism, the present timepiece is truly modern and unique, representing not only a first in horology, but also a first for Lange, whose style usually consists of classy, understated dress watches, as is characteristic of Lange. Every aspect of the creation of the watch is executed to a high degree of precision. The jumping numerals mechanism always delivers an exact reading of time, advancing instantaneously rather than slowly and gradually. This is achieved a beautifully hand-finished remontoire visible through the sapphire caseback, which enables a steady flow of power to the balance. Furthermore, a switch at 4 o'clock alternatively activates or deactivates the chiming mechanism, which, when on, chimes every quarter hour, an hour with different crisp and clear sounds. What a beautiful, beautiful movement. That's the hand finished remontoire bridge, which looks like an anchor, right? Lot 56 is a well adored watch, once again, from the Les Historiques series of Vacheron Constantin. This is the 40 millimeter pink gold version. The piece is styled after a driving watch that was supposedly designed for the Roaring Twenties for the American market. The crown is at 12 o'clock, according to that dial that is placed within the cushion case with a slant. The off-center seconds are at 3 o'clock and rather oversized. The watch has Breguet numerals and Breguet-styled hands for the hours and a railroad track for the minutes. A beautiful piece that has a very elegant and distinctive appearance, a hand-wound caliber, as well as the case, both carry the hallmark of Geneva, which is something that Vacheron Constantin aspires to these days with the majority of their line. This one is not an exception. This particular example arrives with the guarantee certificate dated 2017, the Geneva seal certificate, service booklet, sales tag, USB key, polishing cloth, presentation box, and outer packaging. I think this is a beautiful piece. Not exactly my style, but I really admire it. Of course, it comes with the matching 18 karat pink gold Vacheron Constantin tank buckle as well. This is the VC Les Historiques American 1921, the driver's watch from around 2017. The piece at lot number 56 is listed with an estimated value of 8,000 to 12,000 in Swiss francs. Relatively conservative, I have to say. Probably can sell a little bit above that, but it remains to be seen, of course. Sometimes, obviously, they put these sorts of conservative estimates so they can tease people into actually bidding. This is lot 59. It is mid 90s Audemars Piguet jump hour piece, which is also a minute repeater. As you can see, a rectangular watch with a vaguely Art Deco styling, a slider on the side of the case for the chiming functions, a rectangular subdial for the seconds, which have their own railroad track, and applied Arabic numerals for the minutes, the minute hand being at the center, at the focal point of the watch. At around 12 o'clock, you have the jumping hour, which, again, I never quite understood. I know every design, every shape has its limitations, but why would you want to cover the opening for the jumping hour exactly at the time when it's supposed to jump? But anyway, sometimes the best brands don't have the best designers, and it's okay. Let's learn to forget Audemars Piguet. This is a cool piece, répétition minute avec heure sautante. So it is a minute repeater with jumping hour after a classic rectangular Art Deco design case from around 1994. And lot number 59 is expected to realize a final hammer price between 20,000 to 40,000 in Swiss francs. Please hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't. I really appreciate it. Back to back, we have two Audemars Piguet perpetual calendars that I really appreciate in that perfectly round case with the stepped bezel. 18 carats gold, 36 millimeters, 18 karat yellow gold, skeletonized open work dial, which of course is a house specialty by Audemars Piguet. You also have a glimpse into these moon phases too, which is very cool. Heat blued hands for the calendrical functions, and those thin, elegant pencil hands or baton hands for the hours and minutes that match the tones of the case. You have a very subtle track for the minutes on the periphery of the dial. The stepped case with relatively short lugs complete the picture, and through the exhibition case back, you get again a beautiful view of an open worked movement, which is complemented by a 21 carat rotor that is itself open worked and finely decorated. So many lovely elements of hand engraving and open working on both sides of this dial that makes it a true work of artful beauty. Here it is matched with calfskin tan strap with contrast stitching that makes it look perhaps a little sportier, but I think it's kind of out of place in this sort of elegant dress watch. Maybe a dark brown alligator or even black alligator would be more appropriate, but that's just me. The piece comes with a matching 18 karat yellow gold AP déployant buckle. Oh no, it just says buckle, so probably a tang buckle in that case. These pieces seem to be dime a dozen, but in these sorts of configurations with the kind of open working and hand engraving elements, open worked and hand engraved elements, they're actually very hard to come by. So this is a very interesting piece indeed, and could certainly be an incredible deal. This is Audemars Piguet perpetual calendar, reference 25668BA from around 1990 with the open worked dial. At lot number 60, the piece has an estimated value of 20,000 to 40,000 in Swiss francs. At 61, we have a similar piece. This is a reference 25607, but once again, you have an open work dial, and in this case, the perfectly round case is matched with an 18 karat yellow gold bracelet that is actually integrated. You can see the open worked caliber from the sapphire case back as well, once again matched with a 21 karat full gold skeletonized rotor weight. There is a chapter ring that is laid out with Roman numerals for the hours. Once again, AP Quintième Perpétuel, a perpetual calendar in a round cased form with a matching 18 karats yellow gold bracelets for this reference 25607 from around 1985. Number 1 in the series. Comes with its certificate of authenticity as well as presentation box. A lovely piece, both from a technical and aesthetic standpoint, thanks to the open working that exposes from both sides the intricacies of a perpetual calendar mechanism. This is lot 61. An AP perpetual calendar with a round case on an integrated bracelet, 36 millimeter yellow gold case, and the matching integrated bracelet for the reference 25607BA, number 1 from around 1985. This piece has a pre-auction estimate of 15,000 to 25,000 in Swiss francs. I have about 10 minutes left, so the last gasp, the last hurrah. If you have any questions about any of the lots listed in this auction, Christie's Rare Watches in Geneva, that's going to take place on May 13th. Please feel free to reach out with a super chat and the lot number. I will be more than happy to get back to you right here in some detail. Some great watches back to back. I think we'll close this out strong for today. I'm going to try to do it before I reach this recreation of the tribute of the astronauts, which I will leave for tomorrow. At lot 64, we have Cartier crash. This is a Paris crash, one of 400 from the 1991 reissue. (18-karat yellow gold with the sapphire cabochon set on the crown. The elongated, quirky Roman numerals decorate the unusual asymmetric case, which is in and of itself a surrealist work of art. A silver dial. The V of the Roman numeral 7 contains the invisible signature by Cartier. And of course, you have the sword hands that are heat blued. This is a watch that has been increasingly in the spotlights for quite some time now. This is its 1991 reissue in 18-karat yellow gold by Cartier Paris. Lot number 64 presents us with a lovely example in good condition, which comes with its full set of accessories. The estimated value of the watch is 120,000 to 180,000 in Swiss francs. Another iconic piece of design by Cartier, a very, very clean example of a platinum Cartier Tank Cintré from the 1920s. What a piece. A silver dial with Roman numerals, the house style of Cartier, railroad track for the minutes that plays with the shape of the case, which is elongated and contoured as the name Cintré implies. The piece was presented apparently to the father of the consignor on July 4th, 1926. The hallmarks and the numbers are still largely present. It's a very well-preserved piece for the kind of history it carries forward, almost 100 years old. The movement is signed European Watch and Clock Company, which is just a code name for JLC, if you didn't know. And this is the lot essay, which I want to share very quickly. Purchased from Cartier in New York City in 1925 by the present owner's uncle, who gifted it to his brother, the present owner's father, on the occasion of his 21st birthday on July 4th, 1926. What a gift for your 21st birthday. A highly impressive watch with direct provenance from a prominent New York family. It was, according to Cartier, sold in New York in 1925 with a movement by the European Watch and Clock Company, incorporated a partnership with Cartier that began in the 1920s. In 1999, Cartier carried out servicing and professionally restored the dial for the present owner, which you can, in a sense, tell from the sandpaper brushing off the dial, right? That grain brush you see extending vertically can sometimes be the sign of a restored dial. The appreciation and understanding of Cartier's early wristwatches increases year by year, and any significant rarity that appears at auction creates international interest and is fiercely pursued by collectors, always one of the ultimate symbols of taste and luxury. Only a very small number of wristwatches were made by Cartier during its golden age in the first half of the 20th century. Even fewer have survived to the present day, perfectly epitomizing the glamour and elegance of the Art Deco era. The present watch is a particularly significant example of the Tank Centré, and a great rarity being cased in platinum, the precious metal that Cartier famously pioneered in their jewelry and watches. It is accompanied by what is almost certainly the original yellow gold déployant clasp with platinum terminal. Cartier Tank Centré, or curved in French, is arguably the most elegant Cartier tank watch ever made, an icon of good taste. It was launched in 1921. The name derives from its elongated, slightly curved case designed to provide a perfect fit on the wrist. It is produced in very limited quantities nowadays and has always been. But those limited quantities today are actually, I think, underestimated a little bit. I think they make actually a lot of these, relatively speaking, for, of course, only the elite collectors. This is lot 65, an original Tank Centré from the 20s, coming from the family of the original owner, certified by Cartier, with a dial that was restored by Cartier at the turn of the century. This is lot number 65, a Cartier Tank Centré in platinum from 1926, bought in 1926, and with an estimated value of 20,000 to 40,000 in Swiss francs. I'm sorry, guys. We're almost there. Lot 66 is a triple calendar moon phase by Jaeger-LeCoultre from 1950s, 35.5 millimeters in diameter, in stainless steel, a lovely round case with stylized and extended teardrop-shaped lugs, syringe hands, Arabic numerals, the luminous material largely preserved. I mean, probably expired, but at least not disintegrating. The date is shown along the perimeter of the dial in red through a red arrow, and you have a French calendar through the two apertures within the small second subdial. You also have a moon phase. This piece comes with a stainless steel Jaeger-LeCoultre déployant clasp, presentation box, and outer packaging. A very interesting example of the triple calendar moon phase, which is usually a very elegant watch. This is a lot more severe and slightly sporty because of its stainless steel case and black dial with Arabic numerals as well as the syringe hands. This is lot 66 with an estimated value of 8,000 to 12,000 in Swiss francs from around 1950. The final watch I'll be presenting on today, this is lot 67. It is a stainless steel prototype JLC alarm watch. A beautiful Polaris Memovox, which is served up here in a lovely nylon strap that matches the vibe of the case. The piece looks very well preserved in a triple crown setting, which allows you to, of course, alternatively adjust the time and the dates. The inner rotational bezel, as well as setting the alarm. Let's read what the good folks from Christie's wrote. It comes with the archival extract that confirms the production of this piece as a prototype from 1963, 42 millimeter stainless steel case with the black dial, preserved in very good and original condition. The Memovox Polaris is one of the rarest pieces from the reference E859. According to the archives of Jaeger-LeCoultre, the present Polaris wristwatch was manufactured in 1963 as a prototype. Given the excessively high level of rarity and exclusivity of the reference, the present watch must be considered a significant opportunity for any discerning JLC collector. Making its debut in Basel in 1951, the Jaeger-LeCoultre Memovox was created with the aim of providing a reliable wristwatch with alarm complication. Although the timepiece was a success, the Memovox encountered many developments throughout the years and became, in 1956, the first self-winding alarm watch in history. One of Jaeger-LeCoultre's most collectible timepieces, the name of the Memovox Polaris originates from a period of passionate polar exploration, ocean voyages, and the conquest of space. Produced in 1,714 examples from 1965 to 1970, the Polaris was part of a small production and became throughout time one of the most desirable diving wristwatches on the market. With the reference E859, Jaeger-LeCoultre introduced a new case of 42 millimeter diameter, considered very wide for the period. Through its size, the case of the wristwatch provided clear legibility underwater and was furthermore delivered with a pierced caseback designed to render the alarm sound more distinct underwater. Fascinating. Great piece of Jaeger-LeCoultre's history at lot 67. What a great way to end. The prototype Memovox Polaris reference E859 in a 42 millimeter stainless steel case with a gorgeously patinated black dial. The piece has an estimated value of 20,000 to 30,000 in Swiss francs, but could potentially go for even more. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We are at the end of our 4-hour broadcast for tonight. Thank you so much for your presence and support in the chat. Please hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't. I'm here every day with new watch content and these sorts of extended live streams where I delve into horological history, where I present on new releases, and where I do a lot of times these kinds of auction previews. I'm going to continue tomorrow with this particular review. I might have a surprise midday as well, so look forward to that. But most importantly, I'll be back at night to continue on presenting the Christie's Geneva Rare Watches auction that is coming up on May 13th. We have finished the Antiquorum presentation now tonight after a few sessions already. If you have any questions in the meantime, please feel free to send them to me. If you you can reach to me on Instagram at young.brando. You can, of course, always write to me at Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. That's Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. If you want to contribute to the channel, if you want to support the channel, you know how. The links are pinned in the chat. They are now rolling in the ticker, and they're included in the video description. This channel is completely independent, at the service of its audience, but also at the behest of its audience. I don't have any sponsors, any other kinds of supporters. So any contribution is well appreciated. With that being said, I want to recognize Jake Brooks and Pavel for their super chats. It's always a great help. I really appreciate you guys. Please hit the like button on the way out. And once again, subscribe if you haven't. I'll be back with more watch content tomorrow. Until then, take care, stay safe, wear your watches and enjoy them. I'll see you in the next one.